Переходим ко второй пленарной сессии регулирования.
Dear participants of the Congress, we are now moving on to our second session. And in today's session, we've got our dear participants.
And they represent regulators, the first Vice Minister of Agency for Financial Market Development, Alex Molikov, Mr. Bubev, also representatives of the market, Bank, Aybek Kayip, Chair of Board of Bank Center Credit, Galim Husainov, and Shalkar Jusipov from KMF. All of our speakers have an extensive experience working in the financial market, and they have their own point of view. Regulators have their perspectives on how to do business, and the business has their viewpoints on how to regulate. Now, let me go back to the question, why do we have special regulation or even supervision in the financial market? This is a common business, and the answer seems to be obvious. It is to ensure financial stability on the whole, in general, and protecting investors and consumers of financial services. Each party tries to stick to international standards in this respect, both regulation and best practices in supervision. However, there is no ideal structure for state regulating bodies that exists, and everybody uses their own way. Kazakhstan, in its 30-year history of independence, has gained its own experience. Let's go back to history. In the early 90s, when we had to develop the financial sector, when we had to develop the securities market, private saving funds, the focus was on individual regulating bodies. Later, all regulating bodies were concentrated in the National Bank. However, there was an intent to single out the financial regulator, while the National Bank had to keep the classical function of the central bank. And in this period, we had a new project, Regional Financial Center Almaty. For its development, they created a separate regulator. However, market regulation functions were not given to it. They were kept by the independent agency. And this regulation configuration kept for 8 years. And at the end of these 8 years, the functions were returned to National Bank, and Regional Financial Center Almaty was eliminated. And the next format existed for another 8 years. Unified regulator in the person of National Bank. However, later on we had two entities, two regulators, National Bank and Financial Market Regulation Agency. And starting 2015, we had a new project, a large-scale project, Astana International Financial Center, with its regulator, with its exchange, etc. However, there are separate regulatory functions with such entities as Competition Protection Agency, Financial Monitoring Agency, Ministry of Digital Development, and the Council for Financial Stability has its own functions as well. The agency also has another function, that of development. So it looked like we could live well for another 8 years, but that's a joke. But now, after this story, I have a question to you, Oleg Alexandrovich, as a representative of our main regulator. There is no unified structure, no unified international rules. However, you are familiar with this regulating structure of UK, and and we took them as an example is in early 90s. In UK in 2013 made a significant transformation of regulation bodies as a response to crisis of 08 and 09 and the vulnerabilities detected. So my question is, what do you think that the structure of the regulating bodies, their rights, and does it determine the financial market? Thank you. Thank you for the question. I congratulate everybody on the coming holiday. The UK system is not homogeneous as well. The system has been through stages. Sometimes the regulating bodies were different for financial market and for the monetary policy, which led to certain problems. As you have said, there is no commonly recognized practice or an ideal solution. If you look at analytics and you look at figures for various concepts of financial regulation, it's difficult to find the best system. Most research shows that most regulation of the banking sector should be carried out by the National Bank. However, on the other hand, statistics confirms that when we have one regulator, single regulator that provides supervision and provides single standards for all segments of the financial market, so one regulator for insurance, for financial markets, these structures are separated from the monetary regulator. The choice is towards effectiveness and synergy. So in my opinion, when we talk about the consumer rights protection, the latter part of the question, the structure that unifies regulation of various sectors under one regulator is even more effective. Why? Because we know that for several decades they have been discussing why are we regulating the entities or the activities. When we say that we need to gradually focus on the activity, we come to the fact that these types of activities do not always associate with a separate entity, bank, insurance company, or a security issuer. So the system is evolving. There are different approaches depending on the market concentration and segmentation and lessons of the past. But the main three principles, I'm not a proponent for becoming an advocate for a certain system. I just support basic principles. If we have basic principles, any system will work. So what principles are important? First is clear-cut terms of reference. There should be no gray zones. If there is gray zone, there is either void or conflict of interest. The second one is related to the information. There is another problem, lack of information or information asymmetry, when there is no sufficient information for quality decisions. If we have certain overlaps of competences, we need to understand that what we have. So we need to. And the third question is interaction. These principles have been determined, they're being observed. We have a stability package which addresses not only stability but also banking development. Not only banking development but other sectors as well. If we take the financial regulator in the personal, we use the same financial basis for financial indicators of financial organizations. This issue is already resolved. If we look at the agency's responsibilities, it is also clear-cut standards, protection of rights, standards of regulating, supervision, and standards to avoid unfair competition. The system is evolving, and we had a discussion on ecosystem today in the morning. This is another example. There is no globally recognized practice as well. Non-banking principles based on platforms or bank-centric systems. But bank-centric systems, I think, is an example that is more characteristic of our country. But here we cannot predict that, provide for a single regulator that will cover all. We need to have these principles. First of all, clear-cut. We need to know who regulates what. Second, we need to interact, coordinate, and third one is we need information. So I support the point that when we talk about such new areas, new technological areas, we face certain risks that relate to the lack of regulation. But when we talk about regulation, we need to talk about client-orientedness. We need clear-cut rules with regard to regulating.
Thank you, Mr. Oleg. You're absolutely right. At our first plenary session, Mr. Lamtadze made the suggestion that we need to not only talk about the platform of open data, but actually get to implementing it. And we do have new capabilities here for the client, for competitiveness, but there are also challenges in terms of protecting the rights of consumers, because then we would be letting in unregulated systems. And the issue is that the structure of our regulatory bodies does not create a discreteness, in that somebody needs to understand that these risks are there and that nobody would try to that this issue should be seen and should be nipped in the bud timely. Now let's get back to more relevant issues. Over the past few years, specifically in 2018, if you remember, there were some new legislative changes which expanded the authority of the financial regulator, and they were adopted by our market participants with some concerns. So the ability of using motivated judgment by the regulator. So could you say that those fears were in vain, and that already the procedure of using this judgment has become custom for the market and for the regulator, and that overall the systemic shift to risk-oriented supervision has been implemented? And if that's the case, have the market participants felt that? I do remember just a couple of years ago, we were discussing this issue, and I remember your comments in terms of how important it is to keep up the balance. And I should say that if I were to say that we've already formulated fully the system of this motivated judgment, which does not need any more changes and is cemented, that would be wrong to say. And you know that a system of motivated judgment we have in 4 areas: the reputation, business reputation, access to market, and sufficiency of provisions. So if you look at international best practices, we probably chose only the key areas that actually do need that focus in the accumulation of expertise, because the practice of other countries, it provides for fiduciary responsibility and other things. So not only from the standpoint of the perimeter, but also accumulation of knowledge. This is an issue of step-by-step progress and education together with the market and learning. Because I remember when we were building the motivated judgment system, we especially stipulated for a procedure of discussion with the market. And this procedure in some cases is even harsher than if you compare it with the experience of the Bank of England and other financial regulators. We have a preliminary period of preparing that judgment. We have a period when this issue can be discussed, can be disputed by the financial organization, can be elevated to a higher level, and it comes into force. If you go through all the procedures, gradually it's going to come into force with a delay, so not less than a month. So that was a balance, kind of a compromise that we reached, which we were then at the first stage. And of course, to have absolute discreteness of authority, that wasn't in the interests of the regulator. And this experience is being accumulated over 2020 and 2021. There were several cases of using motivated judgment in compliance with all the procedures. Also, in terms of appeals, possible appeals, I'd say mostly those were cases that had to do with identifying persons that had special affiliations to banks and internal risk assessment. I'd say in terms of the banks, the risks are more for an irrational solution, but that's already in the legislation. So all the decisions have to be well-founded and grounded. So this is what we're trying to preach, and I think there's a big prospect for using motivated judgment, because we have the QR, and if you look at the relation process, this is a system which is aimed at the assessment of internal processes and internal documentation and the compliance of banks' actual actions with these procedures. And in terms of the AQR plan, its main result were processes and policies, the practice of implementing the standards. So, and also the stress test. Now, stress testing, as you know, we have a rule of using motivated judgment. One of the areas that is needed is that banks need to have quality procedures of doing stress tests, and we have requirements for asset quality review and assessment of the sufficiency of capital. And so this is all the area of motivated judgment, which we will be building up gradually in the coming 2 years. Thank you. Mr. Mukhtar Saparovich, now you also represent the regulator in the most advanced one. You're based on the most advanced methods and approaches. Now, in your work, are there any differences in terms of advisory approaches, methods, and instruments compared to the local regulator, the national regulator? And in your practice, have you had cases of any incompliance with norms or ill behavior of participants? And have you, with your methods, been successful in regulating such conflict? And overall, from your standpoint, which competencies and expertise and technical capabilities should the regulator have to build up an effective risk-based supervision? Thank you very much, Ms. Bakhmudova. I'd like to congratulate all the colleagues on the upcoming National Currency Day and the 30th anniversary of the independence of Kazakhstan, important holiday for all of us. I felt a bit of sarcasm that we're the best regulator. Now, I will probably express my solidarity and say that I really support my colleagues. We don't believe ourselves to be the very best, and not many people want to be friends with regulators, so we have to be friends with each other. So to give a good answer to your question, we need to stem from the market itself that we're regulating, and the difference in the structure, in this state of development, and the scale of that market. That's what dictates to the regulator the approaches that they use. And so just a couple of words about the AIFC. And in the beginning you said that AFC is an exchange regulator. AFC is much more. It's a full-fledged ecosystem starting from the court, in which you can you have law enforcement, and it goes up until staff training, which are involved in the financial market. So AIFC is more than 1,000 participants as of today. And the majority of them are not financial. The majority of them are IT companies, holdings, structures for certain types of business. And only 200 are financial or near financial. We regulate all the sectors of a financial market, the bank, the market, the insurance, and the securities, capital trusts, and additional services are audit, accounting, consulting, of credit rating. And so out of this whole structure, and based on the fact that the objective of AFC doesn't include retail lending or retail as such, it's more of professional and corporate investors and customers. And out of this market structure, the regulator is structured in this way, and the principles of the regulator's work can be somehow different sometimes than what we have on other markets like in Almaty. And if we talk about regulation, how much we're different from our colleagues, I'd like to first say that our basic principles are all the same. We use the Basel principles of supervision, the Association of Insurance Supervision. And so we get all the principles from these common documents, and we use them in our work. The other issue is how we implement that. And there are certain differences here. The main difference probably from how our colleagues work is that we use the principles and not the rules. The main principles are written down. There's not a lot of them. They're kind of high level. Like, for instance, you have to be fair to the customer. You have to have sufficient resources financially and technologically and human resources. You need to manage conflict of interest. One of the principles is that you need to cooperate with a regulator. And these high-level principles, this is what governs our organization. It's of course that for these principles we write additional policies as far as how we understand these should be put into place, but overall we try to make sure that the principle is implemented. And if you need to be fair to the customer, then that means the structure of the regulator will reflect how we implement that principle. More specifically, we have a prudential supervision department, and at that stage we don't divide it by sector, bank, or other. And we have a special department for behavior supervision, which keeps track of the companies being fair to their customers, to being careful about customers' assets. And these kind of approaches are kind of different. And the second mandate that the regulator AFC has is pretty broad. We have authority on writing the rules that govern the work of the sector, and these rules are approved by the board of directors of AFC, in which 8 out of 9 are independent board members. They're all foreigners with a great deal of experience, so we can't really change much in regulation, but we try to have a stable legal framework. We think that's very convenient for the sector and for the regulator when the legislation is stable. But we're responsible for everything in our financial sector, and that's why we have broad authority, and that gives us an opportunity to be flexible in certain environments. For instance, in relation to certain companies that fail to do something because they have their business is too small or it's too simple, and we can give them concessions directly to the company and to a whole sector, to a whole stratus, to a whole group, to make exceptions from the rules. We can modify our rules to temporarily see how that's going to work, and then either make that a law or get rid of that modification. Like, for instance, during the pandemic, we modified the rules on reporting, on liquidity, and that gives us an opportunity to test it out for a certain time without changing the legislation, because you change the legislation too much, I think that's a bad thing. And that flexibility is balanced by the amount of responsibility that we have. And the third, law enforcement, I think it makes sense to talk about that. The law enforcement is, I would say, kind of flexible. First of all, it's completely separate from supervision. We have a separate department for law enforcement, and they do investigation of more or less serious deviations or violations, and they have to make a decision on what to do, to either withdraw the license or do something in relation to a certain director or a penalty. We don't have fixed penalty amounts. That probably is what makes us different from the administrative penal code. Now, it also depends on how serious the violation was. Did the company acquire any profit as a result of that violation? So the penalty should take into account whether they did or did not have income from that, and how cooperative the financial organization is during the investigation. The more cooperative they are, the more discount they're going to get. And, you know, we like when this financial sector cooperates with us. And it's right, because we just talked about communications before, and it's pretty important. Today, Mr. Yerbalat was mentioning that the Act of Currency Regulation was signed. I can maybe in more detail talk about it to make it clear, because the gray zone is this bad principle that was just mentioned. For some time, organizations in the AFC were working, and it wasn't clear whether they can provide services to Kazakhstani customers or not, whether they can do it in foreign currency or not, what can be done, what can't be done. And so this Act of Currency Regulation gives more clarity to what can be done, what cannot be done. And we're focused on aiding the financial system of Kazakhstan in developing. And thus our focus within that Act of Currency Regulation was in relation to investment banking, asset management, and insurance, as we believe these are the most promising sectors that we can complement and that we can help the development of Kazakhstan with in terms of services. So we had some concerns about that financial stability. Yes, we believe the banking sector, as a result of our discussion, we realized it was the most sensitive, and so limitations of what the bank can do to its customers and with its customers in Kazakhstan under the AFC, there were the most limitations in the banking sector. Why? Because we don't want to be the reason for a threat to the financial stability of Kazakhstan. On the contrary, we cooperate. We want to help other regulators, and within this cooperation with other regulators, to support financial stability in Kazakhstan. And I'll probably finish by saying the last thing, that we have the biggest difference is in the English language. I have to do everything in English. Sorry for who that's inconvenient, but that's to make it easier for foreign players to come in. And we're seeing that foreign players are coming in. They are localizing their services here, which we believe that's good for the market. At the first session today, Mr. Lamtadze also said that competitiveness is good in Umit also, and competitiveness comes through the AFC. Foreign participants come through the AFC, so we try to support that, but at the same time to make sure it doesn't harm or pose a risk. In terms of law enforcement practice, I'm going to answer your comment quickly. We do already have experience in penalizing players. So there are companies that advertise something without having the license to do so, and we work with them. We had this one case when the company took their website down, they cooperated, and we agreed with them that they won't do that anymore. Another company started trying to confuse us, starting to provide arguments, and we had to take a more harsh approach and withdraw their registration and demand that they take down their website. So once again, cooperation is pretty important for us, and how we cooperate with the sector, we do make a lot of emphasis on that, and we try to listen to our colleagues who work within the sector, what their challenges are, what their barriers are, what their needs are, and how we can together mitigate the risks that arise. And we believe that that's the only way that you can do it for the future. So motivated judgment is not an issue of whether you need it or not. The issue is how to more effectively implement it, because the pandemic has shown that oversight is quite important. It's more important than even regulation at some point, because there are new risks arising and there are new threats arising, and the quick response always comes from supervision. So motivated supervision, I think that's de facto the standard. The question is how to implement it better. And I think it goes through cooperation with the sector, through explanations, through regarding the risks together, and the stress testing that the colleagues are doing is pretty important, because it allows to together look at the same risks and prioritize them with the regulator's side and the sector side. I think I'll finish at that, because I can talk about the AFC for a long time.
Thank you very much, Mukhtar Saparovich. See how high our cooperation readiness is. We allowed you to talk about AFC activity to our participants. Great, there are new opportunities for development, and I hope there will be no new arbitration created. The new agreement will create a more transparent environment for participants and clients. Now, I would like to we have listened to the regulators. We understood what principles and instruments they're using. These are unified principles in general. Now let's try to understand what barriers we have from the standpoint of the market participants. My question is to Aybek Trebekoli. Your group has had to face serious challenges when you acquired ŽлттықБанк Bank and you had to clear assets. Today, Madina Yarasilovna mentioned that there is a special program, that legislation is being developed on the simplifying the clearance of stressed assets. In your practice, what barriers have you faced, and are the changes that are being discussed going to help resolve the barriers that you encountered when working with the assets of the bank that you acquired? Thank you very much for your question. Yes, indeed. Back in 2019, we acquired ŽlттықБank, a large corporate bank. The assets consisted of a problem credit portfolio. The first barrier is our internal barrier. When you look at such a big portfolio of problem credits or problem loans, behind each loan there is a person, there is somebody's destiny. So we had to make the right decision to separate the whites from the grays. And I think we were able to manage that. We gave support to bona fide businessmen, and we resolved the majority of the questions on a systemic basis. And but the statistics speaks for itself. We resolved all problems within 2 years. Now we reduced MPO from 50 to 10%. We have entered the regulatory corridor. The statistics speaks for itself. We don't see any global barriers at legislative level, in terms of legislation on taking debts, but there are certain gaps that in the legislation that makes this work more challenging. But on the whole, the legislation is quite good. It reflects the interests of both borrowers and lenders. And these problems, these gaps is what we discuss most with the agency of financial regulation and other state bodies. Now that's it from me. Thank you. Thank you. Today, in the first plenary session, we have heard figures. We have heard figures that evidence low permeation of loans to SME and agribusiness. Early this year, we had lots of discussion at high level with the participation of the Prime Minister to understand the reasons for such low loan levels and to understand the barriers that may exist. And so in connection with this, I have a question to Galim Husainov. What regulatory limits, restrictions that would hold back the SMEs and agribusiness? Are there such restrictions, regulatory restrictions? And in your opinion, is there a balance between the need for financial stability, stimulating lending, and borrower rights protection? Thank you very much for your question. It's an interesting question. First of all, I would like to congratulate everyone on the coming holidays, the Independence Day and the Financiers Day on 15th November. Talking about question 1, for microbusiness, for SMEs, from the standpoint of regulatory requirements, we have ideal conditions. We have risk weighting for micro and small businesses is very low. The collateral policy is also quite acceptable. So there are no problems lending to small and medium-sized businesses. The main problem in SME lending is quality assessment, borrower quality assessment. This is the main problem for banks, and we need to address this problem first of all. And what we encounter here, the first factor is the fact that small business and micro business resembles retail a lot, but there is no, but banks' information access is very restricted, and automated decision making is, and the decision making is quite complicated, and it affects the speed of lending decisions. In retail, we have been given access to data about pension contributions, and this gave impetus to retail lending, and banks were able to assess risks in retail lending. But in SME, there are lots of barriers that do not allow this. First of all, we don't have access to the reports of micro businesses. We can see only their turnover with our bank, and in the manual mode, requesting information from tax authorities. This allows us this requires us too much time. So the only way out I see today is to provide banks the opportunity to receive access to tax services and tax turnover data. This will This will accelerate our lending and proactive scoring. I think the main barrier here is the tax secret, but there is also the bank secret. But here I don't see any problem. And second thing, the fact that SME provides all information in tax declarations, but it is all provided manually. And today, this is not an argument not for the banks not to be given data by tax authorities for making lending decisions. And the second problem is collateral assessment. Today, SMEs are lent on collaterals. We're just starting to develop non-collateralized lending of SMEs, but it is just in its embryonic stage. And in this connection, we have the problem with quality of assessment. The quality of assessment today in Kazakhstan is very low. I think only Big Four can provide unbiased assessments. Other companies cannot ensure reliable information on assessment for property. For example, the gap or the difference is quite high, and to validate assessments, we need to access information on property. For example, property, private vehicles. If banks had access to real transaction, even through tax or Ministry of Justice, this would improve the quality of assessment and the quality of services and the opportunities for lending to SME. This is what concerns SMEs. In relation to the client's rights, on balance, there have been a lot of discussions. I think we need to separate two things. The first, any assistance to borrowers that are socially vulnerable must be provided only by the government. It is the function of the government to help the socially disadvantaged. And the problem here is to how to determine whether this borrower indeed has the do they have the need indeed. For example, sometimes borrowers have large properties like 200 square meter houses. When they become problematic, I don't think they are indeed in need of support. There are lots of such cases, and we need to understand the other side is the speed of collection and the inevitability of discharge of obligations. So we see that sometimes courts take the side of the borrowers, and as Umid Bulakhanovna has said, and I am very supportive of what she said, the borrowers should not be able to avoid their obligations, no matter what. And only in this case can we build the right relations between banks and borrowers. And the second thing that affects is the speed of collection. For individuals, sometimes it is 5 or even 10 years of collection. So if we take the average 5 years, the bank loses about 70% of the market cost. And this leads to the fact that such loans will give big losses to banks, and as a rule, banks include these in cost of risk, and this affects the end consumer in the interest rate. And we see here that because of bad borrowers, good borrowers suffer because their services are more costly, and we need to minimize the speed of collection. However, we need to find balance for the aid, and we need to make sure that support is given to people that truly need them. and we need to set the right criteria for support. And when these criteria are clear to everybody, and when discharge of obligations is inevitable, this will improve situation. And third thing, we need to understand that bank assets do not belong to the owners. They belong to our creditors and debtors. And we need to protect these assets. And we are more protective of the interests of our debtors, of our depositors. And depositors are also the users of our services, and they also require protection of interests. Thank you very much, Galim. Very interesting topic, and you even proposed the solutions. I hope you're being heard by those who need to know this. Now, to continue the topic of accessibility, about 20% of potential business entities use loans from banks or microfinancing institutions. What is the reason for this? Galim Abidjanovich has said that we need to improve access to tax information, but I think tax information still is not very good, because there are special regimes, international. Most of them do not have good financial reporting. I'm not talking about even IFRS. And so I think we need to use the other source that Shalgar Amangosovich. Now, how to reduce credit risk of the borrowers and how to motivate their transparent activity. From the standpoint of regulation, what do you need for MFI to be the provider and catalyzer of loan supply to economy, especially for SME and agribusiness? Thank you, Elena Leonidovna. I congratulate everybody on the coming holidays. Today, Madina Yarasilovna has already mentioned that the regulation perimeter has included also pawn shops, MFIs. Their number is now more than 1,000, more than 2,000 MFIs, more than 200 lending partnerships. The growth of lending is about 30%. The sector is developing quite aggressively. I think this is happening due to the fact that starting last year, as was mentioned, the perimeter of regulation has included all the entities in this sector, all the parts of this sector. Prior to that, a part of this sector was regulated and the other part was not regulated. There were the so-called online lenders. And I think the National Bank, starting in 2019, began this initiative, and the new agency realized this concept, and now all the entities are part of the perimeter, and this creates condition for the development of the sector. And we are seeing the first initiatives that are being aired by the heads of the agency. It is to transform large microfinance institutions into banks. So when we welcome this initiative, we think that this will allow to increase the coverage of financial services, especially in rural areas. And MFI are concentrated in rural areas, and the opportunity to provide customers not only lending but other banking services is, I think, from the perspective of the customer and from the standpoint of the state, is a good advantage. Another advantages, and other initiatives are being proposed by the regulator. For example, you cannot be an agent factoring up. So you can be an agent of insurance company. You can be a factoring agent, and the access to stock exchange, and a lot of MFIs are using this opportunity. The largest problem in the sector is the funding question. As different from banks, MFIs don't have resources from depositors. So MFI relies on the shareholders' funds or on operations with banks or international financial institutions. And access to entry to the stock exchange is a great opportunity. Some companies are already listed. They have already international rating, and they have high rating points, quite high, sometimes even higher than the banks, and we need to welcome this. And since we have discussed a little, I'm confused a little by the fact that the openness, that this accessibility, I see that even small companies, they don't have enough experience. They are listed on the stock exchange, and I'm a little concerned that if there is a default of one of them, this will have a ripple effect on the whole sector, affecting the sector's reputation. And there are people from the stock exchange here. I would like to draw their attention to this potential, to this possibility, but the further development of the sector, and your question on how how we can make borrowers more high quality. The company that I've been working for more than 20 years, apart from the international rating procedure that we've been through for several times, we have passed the social rating. There are several companies, several microfinancing companies that do rating on the principles of customer protection. There are lots of instruments, including responsible price formation, all those that the regulator is trying to promote. And this is already present in the world, and there are even special rating companies that provide such rating. KMF has AA score. There are just a few companies in the world that have this score.
The other side of it is that microfinancial organizations need to be more involved in non-financial products, so we could take more participation in training our customers, improving the financial literacy of the population. KMF has developed special courses together with international consultants, and over 170 of our citizens have already taken that course, and we've trained them. And I think if other MFIs and other financial institutions were to focus on that, we would also, as a result, get more quality borrowers and customers. But in the first part, we've already heard about green funding. It's not that we declare, but we're already doing it. We've concluded several agreements with the EBRD in the field of green funding. We've signed a contract with the largest in the world European Investment Bank, also for green lending. And there are some good, interesting products there that do trigger an interest with the borrowers. And also important and it's been mentioned many a time today, the digitization, and on the market, there are MFIs, microfinancial institutions that are not only developing but also implementing mobile apps with integrated capabilities of repayment of loans, but it also, for the customers, helps with management accounting. And I think that further digitization of this sector, along with training of the population and improving their financial literacy, will get microfinancing to be the main driver of SMEs going white and shift to a civilized mode of relations. Thank you very much, Mr. Shalkar. Now, you've talked about digitization, and today at the first plenary session, we've already talked about that, about the additional capabilities for the banking sector to go into non-banking segments and for other segments to try to join in the field of banks. Now, Mr. Aibek, after you dealt with the problem assets, did a rebranding and quite actively, I mean, not you personally, but your shareholders have journeyed into external markets. Your group within Kazakhstan is welcoming the purchase of foreign securities by customers. It's obvious that you're building your business not only in Kazakhstan, but also outside of it. And in this regard, do you not see any barriers for yourself? Maybe there's legislation that poses difficulties for you, the current legislation. And the second topic, just recently on the internet, I read that Walmart, a big network globally, is creating its fintech company. So why can't banks create a Walmart or something like that? Maybe these risks are not really there. What do you think? I mean, in terms of competition and solving and allowing competition in the market, let's allow banks to do everything, or are there risks involved here? Well, thank you very much. Now, for the first part, it is true that our group is represented on 3 markets. That is Kazakhstan as our main market, the Russian Federation, and Kyrgyzstan. And in all 3 banks, we are applying the universal banking model. We provide services for 3 main segments, which is the business, Jusan business in Kazakhstan, Jusan retail, and Jusan private banking. Now, briefly, what issues or opportunities we see as far as regulation goes. We don't see any issues. The regulator is kind of the same in Russia and Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan, same principles, and they pursue the same goal to protect the rights of the consumers and to create unified rules of play for these markets, which another thing that we faced is this slight imbalance. If we're talking about Kazakhstan, an imbalance in regulating Kazakhstani players against versus foreign players. And then we're talking about the stock market. I know we're going to have a panel session for the stock market, but we do know and see how foreign investment companies come to Kazakhstan and they polish the market over premium customers, take the money, and nobody's regulating them. And a Kazakhstani broker, Kazakhstani investment companies under harsh and I would say correct regulation. It has to provide a lot of reporting, and on its business level, it is not as efficient as a foreign company would be. And so if we're talking about prospects for future development, I'd say that we are seeing how, as an international group, we are seeing the need to create unified rules of play for local players and for incoming players externally. And as far as the second part of the question goes, the ecosystems of Walmart and so forth, we do overall welcome the creation of ecosystems. We believe that ecosystems are the future, and this trend has been defined. So if before we had questions of whether there can be a niche bank or an ecosystem, what we understand in Jason Group is that ecosystems are the future and there won't be any real other models. But still, we do also understand that then the question is, what kind of ecosystem should it be? Should it be an overarching comprehensive one or a niche one? Bank-based ecosystems or marketplace-based ecosystems, maybe like in Indonesia, based on a taxi company and delivery company. So we overall welcome the creation of ecosystems. The risks are there. The risks need to be regulated. And how to regulate them, we need to discuss that, start discussing that now. As we're seeing from Russia's experience, that conversation started not 2 years ago or 3 years ago, it started 4 years ago when they discussed the regulation of ecosystems. Then they've already discussed the regulation of working with big data, personal data. Well, we just need to get together and start actively and openly discussing how to regulate it through the capital of banks, through other mechanisms. So thank you. Thank you very much. That's absolutely the right direction. It needs to be discussed and openly. Probably we won't be able to just take best practices and plant it in Kazakhstan. We'll have to create our own. And getting back to the beginning of our discussion, why do we need all this regulation? To protect the rights of investors and consumers. And there are many new instruments coming out now. Mr. Mukhtar told us very specifically about what's being regulated, what if services the AFC provides, but the AFC is a regulatory sandbox in a way. In particular, you do have an opportunity for physical entities to participate in crowdfunding. A lot in the press and on the internet, there is discussions of opening of a crypto exchange and opportunities for retail investors just within $12,000 annually to buy cryptocurrency, an unsecured digital asset. So it's clear that these instruments are launched at the AFC because you're the driver of innovation. But on the other hand, and Madina Yarasilovna talked about that today too, there are new ideas arising on the protection of the rights of investors constantly. So right now, today in the parliament, new amendments are being considered about additional protection of mortgage borrowers. And we're talking about additional limitations on confiscating residential real estate, and also additional novelties which bans the accrual of interest after 90 days. So these instruments are still in the zone of attention, and new instruments that come out, they really don't have any limitations. So Mr. Mukhtar, but just briefly, what do you think? Is there a problem that financial or concealed financial products are there for not very literate borrowers financially? And how should we limit that? By just raising financial literacy or by limiting their access to them? I'll try to be brief. In the AFC, we do have a regulatory sandbox where we can test a fintech product, and during testing, we do limit who this service can be provided to, and we also limit the scope. And so during testing, this we believe that the consumer is well protected. But after this testing, and out of the 60 companies that are in this sandbox, 8 are already out of the sandbox and can work full-fledged. Your question is really important in terms of how to balance that access to the new products and to protect the customer. We believe that there are several ways. The first is what you mentioned, is limiting the amounts through which participation is possible, but I'd also like to remind you of the principle that we have, and it's set for organizations, that when providing a customer a service, the company should assess how much that product is in line with the capabilities or the knowledge of this customer. And Mr. Shalkar also started talking about educating customers. And I think this gives us an opportunity to integrate that and helps us mitigate that risk by educating the customer. Like, you ask a few questions to the customer, and from that you can, based on that, you understand whether the customer understands the product and the risks associated with it, and make a decision whether they want to keep working with that product, to buy it, or you make a conclusion that they don't really understand it, and so that's not quite the product that you can provide to this customer. In limiting, like making a list of products that you can sell and there are others you can't, I think that's a dead end, because customers will still find a way. If they want to invest in Bitcoin, they'll find a way to do so without us, and so they will have more risks there when they find that gray way. It's better if it's done within a okay kind of field where all the organization and the customers understand the risks involved and can make an informed choice. Thank you very much. And getting back to Mr. Smolikov as the first speaker and the main regulator, you have listened to the opinions. You've told us about the new tools of monitoring that you use, the annual AQR, the SCREP, stress testing, all that to prevent unfair behavior. But if the risks are already there and the customer's interests have been violated, are there any other effective mechanisms for rehabilitating banks in the interest of protecting clients' money to effectively protect the interests of the customers apart from liquidation? And currently, what do you believe? Is the regulatory burden shared commensurate with the complexity of the products and the activities of the participants? And internationally, are regulators in the world managing to adapt their approaches and tools to the rapidly changing market and consumer needs? Thank you very much. That's 3 questions in one. So just briefly, now about other tools, the legislation does first see that. We have an opportunity to carry out the procedures of regulation without having to wait for the liquidation of the financial institution. There are principles based on which, depending on the severity of the violation or the patterns, if a bank is deemed insolvent, then we can use and we can apply different tools. Bail-in also, it is when instruments of affiliated persons or subordinated instruments are converted into capital of the bank, and thus we recover its adequacy of capitalization, allowing it to cover potential losses and continue its functioning without formal liquidation. So these instruments are there. The principles that there should be a unified approach, and it's also in the legislation. So I think these tools are there. Hopefully we won't have to use them so often. And the second question has to do with are we managing with the complexity? I think in the first half of today, we've been talking about the proportionality of regulation and proportionality between segments, and also in terms of the participants within the segment. That can also be an approach to one client, because there are large financial institutions where that principle is already implemented. So proportionality is that way out to really consider the scale of the risk of financial instruments. And the last question, in terms of protecting the rights of the consumer, I was surprised that in the financial sector and the regulator, we are unanimous in our opinion. The prerogative is behavior oversight. Behavior oversight, either the institution constantly provides problem products and there are complaints, or there's a product on the market that arises, and in between different institutions, it leads to complaints about that product. And so these identifying these behavior matrices can help us improve our practice. And I agree with my IFC colleagues that we need to educate the clients not only on the products but also about the risks. So when we, for instance, demand that consultants or an investment company, they assess the profile of the customer, their knowledge and understanding of the risk, and have an informed decision being made. Thank you very much, Mr. Oleg. And just to summarize, we all arrived at the opinion that regulation is necessary there where there are significant risks for consumers and should be comprehensive. And the protection of the rights of investors and consumers should not lead to the limitation of competition on the market and should not limit new products for the customer. Thank you very much.
Broadcasting, please switch on. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. We are starting our panel session. In parallel, we have several sessions, and ours is stock market of Kazakhstan, what the participants of market are expecting for institutional and retail investors. We have the questions of infrastructure, financial inclusiveness and literacy, improvement of regulation, development lines. We have several participants today, including Maria Jamalovna, representative of the Agency for Development and Regulation, Adil, chairman of the board of Central Securities Depository. We are happy to see also Farhad Kairat Konashbavich, the main stakeholder of Resmi Group of companies. It is one of the few companies of middle size which is a regular participant of the capital market and invites investors. And we have invited a number of brokerage companies which have a breakthrough in the services for the retail investors and provides a wide range of services. This is Farhan Ohonov, he is the head of Halyk Finance, Alexander Dronin, deputy chairman of BCC Invest, and Nurdaulet Adosov, chairman of the board of Jusan Invest. I'm happy to welcome you, colleagues. Today we have come together before the day of the currency, day of financiers, and this year we are celebrating the 30th anniversary of Kazakhstan. We can summarize the development of our financial sector, what is expecting us at this stage of the 30th anniversary. But first of all, I would like to give you a brief review. Today, we have mentioned that at the panel discussion, what were the achievements and what plans have been implemented by the regulator, what emphasis the National Bank and the regulating agency have. It is necessary to emphasize that during the last 2 years, notwithstanding the pandemic, coronavirus, significant steps were made in regulation of the exchange market, creating opportunities to provide services in online mode for the work of banks in the ecosystems. Banks are allowed to provide brokerage services since this year with a wider extent. Previously, there were limitations. Now we expect that the banks can approach the exchange market and acquire different financial instruments. Also, we can see that this year, finally, we have the opportunity to transfer a part of pension fund accumulations to the private management for companies. For pension funds, management were created. The sizes were small, the rules were established, but the opportunities were created for investment of their own assets and savings, which were in the government fund, to the private management companies, and choosing the strategy depending on what is offered by the brokerage company. Today, we have been talking that digitalization services opportunities have been created. The brokerage services and exchange markets were the last of the financial sectors who were involved with that. First of all, that was done for the banks and insurance companies. And we see the result of the norms and regulations adopted in the previous year. And we see that the regulator is adopting the number of corrective measures with respect to investment exchange funds, including mutual funds, to transfer them to the exchange trading, the questions of participation of the retail investor, questions of regulations and changing regulation of the brokerage companies. Also, at the same time, the market in the years 2021, it was not standard, notwithstanding the drops in March of the previous years. All the exchange markets, they are growing. Kazakhstan is not an exclusion this year. KASE 40% growth is showing, and we see good profit in the companies who go to the index. And we see the growth in trading volumes in the exchange market. In its statistics, the exchange has reported on that several times. Last year it was 118 trillion. We have several sectors where we trade, but in 10 months of this year it was amounted to 128 trillion tenge. So we exceed the volumes of the previous year. And in the bond market, the trading volume is 4.4 trillion tenge. In the stock market, 97.4 trillion tenge. In the mutual fund, 3.9 trillion tenge. And the secondary market of corporate obligation has grown in 10 months of this year compared to the previous year, 2 times, 16% in the stock market. In the mutual funds, 2.6 times. All these figures support certain activities, so we would like to discuss what is influencing the activities in the market and what can be expected. I would like also to emphasize that in 2019, 8 instruments were representing the market. In November of this year, we have 17 mutual funds, including ETF. We have a growth in capitalization. We can actually list a lot of numbers and figures, but let us proceed to the questions. What was the reason for such positive shifts in the exchange market? What can be expected? And in terms of discussing the increase of inclusiveness and development of the market, we would like to ask Maria. According to Bloomberg Intelligence, there is a growth from 15 to 23% in 2021, and this 15%, that was the first time in the exchange market. In the American platform, we are a member of the International Federation of Exchange. The Moscow Exchange says that there are 15 million retail investors. 3 years ago, it was 3 million accounts. And even with the central depository, we can see that this is 206,000 accounts. But let us allow the central depository to give the exact numbers by themselves. But we see a trend in the last 2 years. So, Maria Jamalовna, in your opinion, what were the tasks of the agency? A lot of changes were in the regulatory and legal base. How do you think it affected the exchange? We believe that in 2020-2021, it was a breakthrough in Kazakhstan Stock Exchange, especially for the retail investors, as you have emphasized, due to the implementation of the opportunity of remote closing of the brokerage agreements and transactions through biometric and dynamic identification. The number of retail investors has finally reached 200,000 people. A similar effect was only when we had the people's IPO, public IPOs. 73,000 new contracts were concluded in these years, and some of them are in the remote format. The leaders are Halyk Finance, Jusan Invest, Freedom Finance. This is a big number of contracts, agreements, but the trend is going to grow, as we believe, because the remote possibility to work with clients has been realized not by all the clients, not by all the companies. We are expecting a big number of agreements when the second-level banks will approach the exchange market. The option provided by the legislation will be useful for the banks, and after such a timeout, when the decisions were being made, they will approach finally the exchange market. And after the pandemic period, we see the changes In the risk profile of the clients, we have more younger clients in the market. We can see growing appetite of the risk-related investors, the investors who like to play in the market, in the exchange, and to check how it works. Everything of this will influence the growth of investors next year. The appetite is growing, as I said, with respect to the investors coming to the market, especially about the new and young investors, I can say so. They buy instruments of the investment funds. The number of holders of the shares has increased by 67%. 56% is growing the number of the assets. The leaders are collective forms of investment mutual funds, which attract more retail investors. What else I would like to emphasize here? We have done a huge work last year on the return of the pension assets to the exchange market, to the private sector, private environment, but unfortunately our management companies have to compete with the real estate market. Of course, at the moment, the situation is that this competition is not in favor of the private management companies, but again, we hope that at the end of this year, we will see that 4 management private companies dealing with management of the pension assets will show good yield, which will attract significant number of retail investors with their pension assets. And in parallel, we are discussing the possibilities for future stimulus for the attraction of our investors to the private pension fund services market. What else I would like to emphasize here? For the development of the exchange market to attract more investors, we are trying to provide the maximum scope of instruments which they would be able to buy at the exchange market. In 2 years, we have created new financial instruments like bonds for private investments, obligation investments, bond investments, which allow to use flexible conditions for remuneration. We have pension and social obligations, sustainable development obligations and bonds within the framework of the financial instruments on sustainable development. We have attracted in the years 2021, 2020. They do not look in this direction or are not active enough in the exchange market. So here we try due to diversification of risks and subsidizing the coupon remuneration rates and other stimulating measures taken by the state, including the state guarantees, to create the required environment. We continue this work. We will reconsider the criteria for subsidizing of the coupon remuneration rate as we planned in this year. We will come back to this question. Today we are considering the issue of provision of additional securities and guarantees from the development institutions. In the law, it will be prescribed as a security on bonds, and our investors, even institutional investors, will be able to purchase such bonds. This all should result into the situation that the market of primary attraction, we will see not only quasi-state companies, but also private sector companies. Also, I would like to emphasize the innovations which we can see in the infrastructure. We have significant achievements by the Kazakhstan Stock Exchange in the years 2020-2021. Almost completely, Kazakhstan Stock Exchange has modernized its clearing system. The special role is played by the central counterparty who has reduced the risks of our investors. And we see further potential in development of the central depository. I think that Adil Nurlanch will give more details about modernization of the central depository. What else I would like to share with you is the launch of the first in Kazakhstan regulatory sandbox in the financial market. The brokers have provided proposals many times to allow servicing the client's assets in the affiliated banks. Unfortunately, as of today, the custodial activity is less involved in the digitalization process. That is why here we have additional issues and questions to the banks providing custodial services. In September 2021, the management of the Agency of Financial Regulation and Supervision, the regulating regime was introduced for the brokerage and custodial activity in order to reduce the tariffs for the custodial activities and increase the quality of custodial services. We offer as a regulatory sandbox to provide brokerage and custody to participate in this project. Here, the services of custodial activities will be provided by the custodian banks as well, operated by the brokers. We hope that this will mostly lead to increase of opportunities for our brokers and increase of the opportunities within the framework of the servicing mobile applications to work with qualified and non-qualified investors. And also I would like to share with you that in this year, 3 new brokers have been launched in the market, have approached the market, and we think this is a good trend. And this trend, in turn, it proves the potential of the market. It evidences the potential of market and positive prognosis of further development, because if we have the demand, we will have the proposals. Thank you.
In fact, you have already explained the different directions of your work, and in the Kazakhstani Stock Exchange, we are performing reality check regularly. And Farkata Rashidovich, we discussed with you in the beginning of the year, because all the individual accounts are loaded into the capital stock market database, and this year we were surprised with the pace of growth and the level of new clients in Halyk Finance. Currently 40,000, now it's 50,000 accounts. Daily there is a regular growth, and also we have a representative Mr. Adil from Central Depository. I will ask you about the way you manage that. And out of the broker organizations, 3 of them are new ones, and they enter all the sectors, and 10 of them have already launched the mobile applications. If we take into consideration the banking holdings, 10 years ago, banks never spoke about those broker services, and 3 years ago the banks provided trainings for their managers to sell indirectly those services, but now we see that available in the mobile application of the banks. So bank is providing the broker services via the applications. Could you please share which way you managed to reach such impressive results? What are the challenges? As Maria Jamalovna mentioned, there is a regulatory sandbox. This is one of the topics that is very important to everybody. And the interaction with all the interaction agents, it's not lean, it's not a smooth process yet. Let me welcome all the participants of this Congress, and let me congratulate you with the forthcoming days of the financiers, and thank you very much for inviting me to share my opinion, and let us exchange our points of view. And regarding your question, dear Alina Utimisovna, yes, we had challenges, we have challenges, and we are going to have them in the future regarding the brokers' business participating in this market. Regarding digitalization, we just started to enter this process. So banks in the numbers They are doing that for several years already. But, in contrary, the brokers' business just has started their way in that direction. And for us, one of the main challenges, like for any other brokers working on expansion of their clients' database, it's about landscaping of the system. This is a very serious thing to do. You can see yourself. You mentioned that our clients' database grown 5 times. So out of that, the average monthly trade turnover increased 10 times almost. And during 10 months, taking into consideration the operations from the individuals in the local markets increased more than 10 times. And the activity of the trading clients increased almost 40 times. And 1 year ago, we had 75 persons active. Means they performed at least 1 deal per month. And in total, per year, we had around 5,000 deals. And now we have 3,800 persons as active traders, and the total number is more than 100,000 clients active. So now we are much more active compared to the previous year. And for any broker and for any system, we should be ready to expand the system to accept such a growth of clients in order to process automatically the submits from the clients and to perform non-trade operations to make it smoothly, seamless. And it's not only about brokers' activity. Now regulator opened their doors for onboarding using biometric indices. But this is just the entrance. And then the client is moving to different branches in his way, and then you need to send his money to the broker's account. Which way? Which interface to use? Should it be mobile app? How fast can it be done? With conversion or without conversion? How quick he may buy a security, a bond? How quick he may return his money if he decided to close the trade position? So it's about the broker system and about the stakeholders of the capital stock market. This is a very relevant topic now also for the stock exchange and for the central depository. Sometimes we had situations when the participants of our infrastructure were not simply ready to such growth of the clients. In some days, the number of clients opening a broker's account from Halyk Finance was more than 600 persons, and at the same time there were other brokers. So in total, per day, there were more than 1,000 applications like that. So that was sometimes a lot. But did you manage to digest that? So you managed to digest those 1,000 clients per day? Yes, we reacted quickly. I just wanted to give an example that opening the doors using biometric characteristics is resulting in that you should be ready to accept the clients in other directions of infrastructure. And automation of the work in different directions, not only in central depository and brokers, I'm speaking about the custodians. And there is a problem in development of automation at the level of custodians. I would highlight it as a main problem. Brokers are more or less motivated to develop and to expand their systems. And central depository and stock exchange are forced to do that because they are consolidating the market on themselves and they are obliged to be in line with the tendency. But custodian banks are different, first of all, because they are private bank, and secondly, the custodian business is not the priority business for the second-tier banks. So their priorities are retail, loan provision, cards, and they are doing that during many years already this way. So you can see the segments of the commercial banks. Even small-scale business can get a loan within 30 minutes. This is the progress. And the segment of the retail business is getting modified and getting more convenient. So banks are sending their efforts towards those directions because it's business. And the custodians are not the priority. And the participants, depending on the custodians, brokers, and their clients, depends on that. In this direction, there is a big room for improvement, particularly to develop custodian business. And Halyk and Jusan Invest, besides them, there is a new broker who made a noise. And let me ask Nurdaulet now. We have heard when you started to work on the stock exchange, you said that any citizen of Kazakhstan should be able to invest in the stock exchange of Kazakhstan, and the minimum amount 100 Tenge, and now you have more than 25,000 clients. And also we observed that the profiles of investors, and Mr. Nurlan will share his point of view as well. But we see in the international experience that the youngest investor can be 7 years old. He is using the smartphone mobile application and trading using that. So how come so unexpectedly we have such participants? Here is the chairman of your bank in our studio. How come it became possible? Thank you very much. Let me congratulate you with the forthcoming holidays and the day of our Kazakhstani currency and the 30th anniversary of independence of our state. And almost 1 year we are working and answering your question. We were focused on two elements that we believe the most important ones. As my colleague mentioned, it's about digitalization. 1 year ago, when we just started, the average speed to open broker's account was 3 days, 3 working days, not just 3 calendar days. And if it was started on Friday, then it took 5 days, calendar days, to open broker's account. And our client compared his way with the banking way. In banks, everything is done quickly. And 1 year ago, it was very quickly. Same thing to cut it. Year ago. So we took into consideration the needs and expectations of our clients, and then we decided to digitalize the full process and exclude the human factor. To open an account with us, it takes 5 minutes only, thanks to our collaboration and flexibility of central depository on securities. This way, we make the high speed to open an account. Regarding trading, before you had to go physically to sign something. Now it takes seconds, and our customer can start trading at Kazakhstani Stock Exchange in the lunchtime, London Stock Exchange, and then switch Stock Exchange by evening time without any calls, using just mobile app, and the deals can be performed in milliseconds on the stock exchanges. So mobilization, digitalization of the platform, this is the way we work with our clients. But the focus is communication that we build with our clients. During 30 years of independence of Kazakhstan, the investments analytics were very difficult to understand. We used lots of terminology and definitions, not like now. In Zhusan, we choose different way of communication with client. Even when you mentioned the statistics of the new clients, they are completely new type of people entering our market. If we compare that vis-a-vis with the banking market, someone prefers to go physically to the manager. Someone prefers to use the cards. In brokers business, it's different. It's important to show off all the advantages of the capital stock market and to train them in a simple language and explain them easily and show them in the accessible way what can be done there. That's why we are the most active in the social networks. And regarding the social mass media, regarding the anniversary of Tenge, we launched the Investors Network. Within the frames of this network, the retail investors can discuss different topics, share their experience, get new experience as well. So this is not a unique option. There are 30 networks like that in the world, but only some of them are connected to the trade platform. What does that mean? In case of any news, in case of a discussion of some type of securities, you just push the link and you can get information about the shares of Kazatomprom, for instance. And then this discussion is saved, so you can follow. So you can both discuss and invest and get the opinion. Speaking about the language in communication, we are probably the one who are providing content in the governmental state Kazakh language. We are providing daily training, daily analytics. We upload that and publish that fully in Kazakh. We have Kazakh-speaking audience, and before they could not reach all that information. We provide information about methods of Tesla, about Kazatomprom. Mainly, such news are published in Russian only. In this regards, we translated everything into Kazakh state language, and we launched an academy providing trainings for the basic knowledge and for the financial literacy. Within the frames of the training for financial literacy, there is a network of Nazarbayev intellectual schools. In the 12th form, we provide elective literacy, and we provide it as a subject. And within the frames of ESG strategy, we provide this elective subject for the 12th form in the schools of Nazarbayev intellectual schools in order to provide the financial literacy to the new generation, explaining what does it mean, deposits, credits, loans, investment products, family budget, cryptocurrency, pyramids, and other notions. We provide the definitions to make the new generation financially literate. And our history is based on the digitalization and communication and how to do that correctly. As a result, we see that we have statistics about that, and my colleagues, they have good growth. We started from scratch. And in 1 year, we have such big growth. We are not going to speak about that right now. The most important is to obtain the trust from our clients, especially in the financial markets. And let me formulate it such way. All that is done to the Zhusan Invest top management. And we are focused on the client. We are client-centered. And if not, we are punished by the top management. And if client is transferring to us the majority of their pension funds, this way we perceive it as an appraisal of our efforts. So we perceive the client as our top manager. We listen to him, we focus on him. So to understand who is the current client from different areas, from all over the country, we try to draft an average portrait of our client. This is a new person to the capital stock market. And they are happy people. We work with happy people. These are people who are having their money and they would like to multiply their money. There are myths that stock exchange and capital stock market are for rich people, but it's not true. There are brokers who can help you to multiply your funds. And comparing the age and location, geographical location, I would say that clients, most of all, they don't know which way to do their work. And this is our job to do, to grow their income.
Here I would like to talk to you. Alexandra, BCC Invest has been working the market for quite a long time. They must be celebrating more than 20 years of working in the exchange market. We know BCC Invest had a company on pension fund management, and they are approaching the market again, and they are active in the market on bonds and stock placement for the companies. Some time ago, you were working with the public IPO. I would like to ask you about transformation, digitalization, which touched your company as well. We would like to understand how it happens in your organization, and your group is one of the few who has stated that they will participate in the process as a bank. How do you work with the retail investor? How do you develop your platform of digital services? And the main topic I would like to discuss, what the retail investors will buy. Yes, everything what could be placed in the market, everything is traded now, are the stocks, shares, which were placed within the public IPO together with the regulator. We are starting green financing bonds. We will tell about this in the next session. We create opportunities for placement in foreign currencies, in settlements in foreign currencies, and trading in foreign currencies. At the same time, we see that the retail clients will come, and the growth observed in the other markets, and which is now observed in the whole world, may happen in Kazakhstan as well. So it's not a secret that in Kazakhstan there are a lot of individuals who sell securities directly and through the brokerage businesses. This is the majority of the business, actually, and we start the platform to trade the foreign shares starting from the 15th of November, and we hope that the share of this market will be also going through the organized exchange market. How do you see these processes, Alexander? Good afternoon, good day, everyone. Congratulations to the forthcoming holidays. Thank you for these good questions. Yes, we do. Periodically, we were involved in the retail business when we had the public IPO programs, and we were involved in that. There were the growth periods. We understood that the retail, from the infrastructural, legal, regulatory point of view, they are not ready. We knew that at that time, 1,000 accounts opening in one day, it was impossible. The retail made up more expenses than profits. Economically, we did not see, I'm talking about the past, we did not see any need to go into this segment because the income of the population was low enough, and the expenses to serve these clients 5 years ago, they were huge. and they made this market inaccessible for the private investors. And therefore, we as a financial organization, we were more concentrated on servicing the institutional clients and self-services for VIP clients with a big check. The mean check last year was about $200,000. That was a mean transaction in our company, average transaction in our company. So we understand that this is not an periodical growth of the clients, but this is a stable trend. And from the point of view of infrastructure, technological, and legal point of view, this is a good trend. I'm happy that there is a growing competition in this market. I think this is the engine for the progress. Everyone is doing very well their jobs. Regulator, one of the reasons why the regulator was so active is because there was a competition occurring, and pandemic has corrected the situation to some extent. We have done a lot of good job, and I am happy that colleagues from Josan are doing very good work in terms of education for the population. But investment, this is a very important and complicated question, and especially in terms of the products and approaches we will use to the retail investors. But we have decided that we will divide the business of working with retail investors as an institution. The bank is ready to provide services to these clients because we not talk about the figures only. The bank can provide services 24/7 with the cybersecurity, but also there are accompanying services like call center when you have to work 24/7 with a huge number of clients. The services provided by us before as brokers, we are not ready to provide services to such a scope, on such a scale. That is why the omnibus accounts have occurred, and they allow to unload the operating systems and make the calculations in several seconds. With the central depository, we made the tests. It takes 5 seconds to open an account on omnibus principle, and based on the bank, we will implement this technology to ensure the simplest and more comfortable life for the clients. The bank will be involved in the brokerage business. It will concentrate on what it is doing well, the asset management. During the last years, we have been developing this direction. I think this product is the most appropriate for the private investors. These are the funds. We have created one of the largest funds, more than $100 million have been invested into the private funds. This is the first step towards the client, and as the first step from the client, they should start from the products like this. That is why, first of all, we would like to provide collective investment instruments, but we cannot ignore the demands of the clients. The clients are becoming younger and younger. They are looking for higher rates. They come to solve their financial problems, although this is not the main purpose of the exchange market. If you have financial problems, the financial literacy or education is important for you. So we will have to think about the future financial education, and we can do much more. I see Josan Invest is very active in this sphere. They are doing a great job. And if we centralize, we will move forward faster. Nevertheless, coming back to the instruments, we would like to have the funds mostly to arrange the proper management of these funds and provide products to the banks, to the bank applications, the products which will be more applicable for the mass segment. The integration between BCC Invest and the bank. More than 1 year ago, we had this opportunity in the bank application to make elementary trading operations. We did not announce that really and did not make any advertisement for that function because we understood that if we have a lot of clients from the bank at the moment, BCC Invest will not handle this scope of work, and the quality of service and the first client's experience will be negative. That is why we made it as a service, but due to the fact that we were not ready and some other reasons, we did not activate that function. Nevertheless, the clients who cannot cover their needs in the bank jurisdiction, in the brokerage, they will have a chance through using this application to get authorized in BCC and get the whole spectrum of services, including alternative investments, different types of Euro bonds, which are for more demanding clients. And these clients are not planned, some services are not planned for the mass market. About 50% of the mass segment demands will be satisfied by the bank. The client will not see if it is working with a bank or BCC Invest, depending on the type of product, and we will provide limitations about the non-qualified investors not to admit them to some products at the level of digitalization of these processes. Thus, we are implementing the plans. Of course, these plans require implementing large-scale IT solutions. So we have rejected in-house developments. We have started using the industrial solutions. We have very good Russian solutions for these purposes, which will allow us to the maximum extent smoothly and comfortably and conveniently for the client to do so, and at a lower rates to make these transactions, I mean. And as for the foreign securities market, which was announced by the exchange to starting from the 15th of November in a few days, the problem is that we are growing class of investors, but where they will invest, this is the question. In terms of liquid instruments and assets, there are not really many of them, and this is like a closed loop because there are no elements and there are no issuers, no investors, no issues, and so on. So that was a correct decision, so that we will involve or attract foreign issuers, foreign securities into the Kazakhstan Stock Exchange, which will allow making the operations almost for free, and tax benefits are there as well. This sector can or must be successful if we do our work properly, and I do believe that we will do it properly. We have a little of time left. I would like to ask you, Kairat Konarbayev, yes, brokers with buses, digitalization, retail, they are expecting what will be next year. We'll have 2-3 million or more. We will ask brokers. At the moment, we have 200,000 plus 70% indeed. Still, everything is done to diversify the investors' base and diversify the economy. On the exchange, we repeat that our mission to arrange the platform to meet the needs of economy, which includes different segments, including the government, represented by the Ministry of Finance, selling the notes of the national bank, corporate sector, banking sector, microfinancial organization, which appeared recently, as they have been mentioned today, and private businesses. Currently, your company, RG Brands, investment group, Erasmi, they are working in this direction actively, and you are one of the few companies who are not afraid of the transparency, approach the market, and at the current rates finance the businesses. At this time, we are developing different programs, how we can stimulate the small and medium-sized businesses to approach the market. Now we see that investors appear, how we can link these two demands to create a real exchange market which will meet the market demands. Thank you very much, Alina, for your question. Good day, everyone. I would like to congratulate everyone with the forthcoming Financiers Day and the anniversary date, the 30th anniversary, and we need not only report what has been achieved in these 10 years or 30 years, but also we need to generate the plans for the future, the agenda for the future. Today, we position ourselves as a sort of client consumer of financial solutions prepared by the financial sector. Thanks God, we have started talking about not banking sector, but financial sector. And today, we all here are representatives of the bank-related but financial companies. I hope next time we will see independent financial companies who have no problem about the conflict of interest, and the client is the bank management, which we do not like, because we are considering the exchange market as something creating a sort of alternative to the banking financing. And in our case, in Kazakhstan, sort of quasi-state banking financing is dominating. I would like to emphasize here that today Many of my colleagues, they don't consider me as a representative of the real economy sector. They consider more as a financier, and financiers do not think that I am a financier even more, or they think that I am like a manufacturer. They all think that I'm a doctor or public person. Everything is correct, but I have more a centered position. I would like to share it with you today because I think that with all participants of today's session, I was acting in different roles as entrepreneur, issuer, regulator, or a person regulated by the regulators on whom some limitations were imposed. But the history is important, and the history is the one we can be proud of. I would like to emphasize once again, as a user of the exchange market, that it is absolutely a brilliant instrument, a perfect ecosystem to make Kazakhstan business more mature, more correct. Why? Because there are certain requirements and culture of the corporate management. There are some expectations of how the strategy is formed and how the companies are performing in terms of financial and operating requirements. There are reports every quarter, every year. Also, you need to show if you can attract the clients at what rate and so on. And this all influences. It has a huge influence on the human capital in Kazakhstan companies who participate in the exchange market, who return the money. And we can see the companies whose teams are working in the market and the companies who do not work. These are two completely different things. I would like to say thank you to the providers who provide services to the financial sectors and regulators for this ecosystem. And now these are holidays, but after the holidays we need to wish something, to plan something for the future. So there are some. If we talk about the finances, the strategies, we do have them, and we discuss servicing of the forced growth. We know that there is U-shape, W-shape, but today I have a feeling that we are talking about a V-shape, like a rocket growth, and many times we had troubles. And after that, we have a feeling that the increased capacities, this diversity of the growth products, tomorrow it is not that needed as we thought before. It is important to think about the fundamental reasons. I would like to inform that maybe, yes, we have a growth of 70%. This is great. What does it mean for me? That there is diversification in the investment base, in the investors' base. It will be cheaper. The stable dollar with the growing rate of refinancing by the National Bank provides some opportunities in Tenge for the local investors and bonds and other equities. But there is something huge nearby. I would like to hear more of what is happening with the cryptocurrency. Why the money of Kazakhstani investors, especially of the young investors you have mentioned today, they're working somewhere. I would like to know the position of the regulator about this. I would like to say that we do not really like that Kazakhstan, from the supplier of energy resources, power resources, has a position in the digital global market as the second miner, because we would like to provide services for some digital assets for these participants of the market. I would like to know if we will have ICO opportunities, if you have a platform for that. Why? Because for the same clients mentioned by our colleagues, financiers, they have huge cashback programs. This is not a modern product. And cryptocurrency, quite frequently, these are few loyalty systems, digital blocks, and the financial sector companies which are consumer-centric, they have huge budget. Up to 15% of their sales volumes is covered by marketing. This is very important. Due to this, you know, our group, it was building these strategies of working in the market not only to have an alternative to the banking financing, not only to have diversification of access to the equity market, not only to make it cheaper, but to develop some financial engineering. And we succeeded. Why we succeeded? Because we remember the history of mutual funds very well. It is a great history. Together with Maria and Alina, we worked a lot on the real estate funds, if you remember. And you know why I'm talking about it today? A lot of NPL and collaterals, pledges, they prevent from doing our business. I would like to ask, is it possible to bring it to the exchange markets, these huge massives of the office and residential premises? There are a lot of participants there. Good news about management of the pension funds assets. We see in this post-COVID situation, it gave a new step of development in our markets. And we, issuers, with large capitalization or mid-caps, we all are very active with the small-scale businesses. We are looking forward with the big optimism, and we have one main risk, that all these new trends about digitalization, about coins and access to the global equity market and trade financing, that it does not have the same format as the previous 30 years, so that our financial landscape is updated, reloaded. And this is very important for us. And this will create a good platform for development of the real sector. Yes, we have Kyrgyzstan and Uzbekistan nearby, and we see how active they are. And we can see the development of the Russian market in the Eurasian Union. We can see the level of competition. We can see it as a big partner of ours and our big competitor. And we will see that the bigger our exchange market is, the more is influence of the Russian market. Thank you. Thank you, Karel Konashbaevich. You have raised a lot of questions about cryptocurrency. We can make a separate session about crypto mining as well. But now, we, as a official financial sector, in the presence of Maria, we are not dealing with the cryptocurrency in the Kazakhstan exchange market, but in the strategy of the exchange, we are considering the possibility to start up the digital financial instruments, not talking about the cryptocurrencies, maybe a partial transition to the digital Tenge using this infrastructure. It is possible to create the digital instruments. And it is important that for the creation of this parallel infrastructure, which will act compared to the other principle we have now, it is important to have readiness of the central depository. Today we have heard several comments from the brokers that the activity with the individuals and storage of the funds, all of these questions, they will come to the central depository, because the central depository is the one who is storing assets and securities of our individuals, and the readiness for the exponential growth will develop on the central depository. Adil Nurlanch would like to hear from you. What challenges have you come across, and what are you planning to do in the nearest future?
Thank you very much for your question. Let me congratulate all the colleagues with the forthcoming holidays. And speaking about the challenges for the central depository, first of all, it's about the growth in opening of the new accounts. So this is what my colleagues mentioned, because we had to open more than 1,000 accounts per day. And due to that, we have to process all that operations. And to give the statistics regarding the accounts opening, we provided several slides in order to show you the dynamics in accounts opening. In average, during the latest 11 months, it has been mentioned already, and the number of the sub-accounts open were 4 times more than in 2 previous years. So it has grown 70% almost. And if we speak about the number of the individuals for whom we had almost 190,000 individuals. It is 1.5 times more than in 2020 and almost 1.8 times more than in 2016. We performed a comparative analysis showing that the majority of individuals are located in the group of age from 30 up to 50 years. They are making up 40% of all the investors. Second group from 25 up to 34 years old. And next group is 55 years and elder. The young investors from 18 till 24 years old, they are making up 10% out of total number of investors. And we have even accounts opened for the adolescents under 18 years old. This is an interesting fact, and colleagues mentioned about that. There is a segment in the age from 18 till 24 during the latest 2 years increased 8 times. And the group of age from 20 to 25 years increased 2 times. This explains the profile of investors getting younger. If we speak about the gender correlation, men investors are more than women investors. 59% of men, 41% of women investors, and it confirms the global trend, confirming that women are actively involved into the investment process. Speaking about the regional distribution and correlation, we have an interesting picture. The majority of investors are in the 2 main cities: Almaty 25%, Nur Sultan 10%. Third place is taken by Karaganda. Investors 8.1%. Shymkent is having 1.7% out of total number of investors, and the minority of investors are in Kızılorda and northern Kazakhstani area. 1.6%. When we show these statistics and growth dynamics that we see on our market, the central depository also had a great load. Speaking about the way we changed that all, first of all, we performed modernization of IT solutions. We had to change the business processes, interacting with brokers, organizations. And in general, this exercise was successfully performed. And nevertheless, our professional stakeholders on the market are competing not between of them, but with global players. And for us, being an infrastructure organization, we are to provide the competitive advantage and at least to supply them and to support them with our infrastructure in order to make them able to provide timely and competitive and relative product in the retail investment market. These are the targets in our strategy that we accepted October this year in the central depository. This is a big strategy till 2024, including 24th year, includes 4 operational activities, and the main target is to maintain infrastructural competition and to provide the reliability of operations in the capital stock market. And the main idea is to support the intermediary services. There are different directions within the frames of depository and registration activity. And also it's about adaptation of omnibus accounts and a launch of the security lending and provision of opportunity to develop relations with the central depository remotely using biometric identification for clients. And also we plan to launch several banking services, such as the opening and management of the direct accounts for individuals and legal entities, opportunity to perform conversion of foreign currencies in order to perform the deals on the capital stock exchange, and also opportunity to provide centralized access to the operations with the non-stock exchange instruments. Alina Utimisovna is aware about that because we are working jointly on that. We should provide liquidity outside the stock exchange in order to transform it later to stock exchange. And also we were going to launch the hub for corporate activities. This is an important direction that would enable to provide the centralized access to process the activity on central securities, not only to the domestic issuers, but also to those that are located in the international organizations. That would improve the interest from the international investors to invest into our market. As far as we may see, we have lots of ambitious tasks and goals. Let me invite you to our website to read the strategy adopted, and all the tasks are requiring the revision for the digital landscape of the central depository. That's why we focus on this strategy of digitalization in order to answer the questions of business development. Also, we foresee in our strategy the ability to react flexibly according to the needs of our colleagues from the capital stock market and to react to the global trends as well. Speaking about the global trends, we are discussing actively the DLT technologies application in our work. This is about the distributed registers, and Central Depository is working on that, investigating the possibility to introduce this technology in our operations. With the support of Central Bank, we suppose to launch pilot projects next year, basing in Central Depository, and we would be happy to share the reports on the pilot testing, and we are going to discuss it publicly. Thank you. Do we still have time? Maria Jamalovna, still we would like to summarize. There are so many different directions. There is a suggestion to activate the work on the new instruments such as the real estate funds and the digital instruments. And let me precise. Kairat Kanishbayevich mentioned correctly that there is a sharp growth that may result to a non-soft landing. Is there any plans to regulate the individual operations in the capital stock market? There was one of the panel discussion saying that there is a discussion of the high interest bonds that can be purchased by individuals. In order to finalize our discussion with your comment, if possible, the growth of number of investors is resulting in some problems as well, pity to say. Sometimes investors are buying such financial tools and instruments that are not familiar with, and they do not assess the risks of different financial instruments. At the level of regulatory database, we are going to introduce the reforms in order to have the understanding of qualified and non-qualified investor. We are introducing the behavioristic supervision. We are going to introduce that via brokers themselves. Means the brokers are going to determine the risk appetite and the qualification of their client. It does not mean that clients are going to be prohibited to purchase the instruments that they would like to buy. And at the same time, the brokers, being the intermediary between the capital stock market and the client, the brokers would be obliged to explain and to provide understanding in the client of the risks of these financial instruments. Depending on the types of financial instruments and their qualifications, the clients with the broker will be split into different groups that would be working with derivative instruments and simple securities. And our target is to perform the financial awareness and financial literacy in order to minimize the risks that can lay behind their non-informed decisions. But we are not going to push them much in the regulatory way, not to decrease the appetite of the clients. The brokers, they have to compete with international financial organizations and international intermediaries. And very frequent, the financial services rendered by some financial international organizations are about fraud and financial pyramids in our market. And the agencies within the frame of the work performed with the fraud financial intermediaries, the agencies are publishing the lists of organizations having no license and those to whose name there were claims already, but still there is a challenge in this sphere due to the fact that so far investors are investing from home and they are attracted by the financial intermediaries by calling them, by providing financial services by internet. So our task, while expanding the financial investment opportunities, we should change this trend, and we are to give the opportunity to our clients to contact the Kazakhstani companies with the licenses who would provide the high quality services at a proper level. Thank you very much, dear colleagues. Let us finalize the discussion. Let me congratulate you with the forthcoming Day of the Financiers and the 30th anniversary of independence of the Republic of Kazakhstan.
Добрый день.
Good day, dear speakers. Good day, dear listeners of our panel discussion. We are about to start our panel discussion on cybersecurity and fraud on financial markets. And as of today, cybersecurity is one of the most important aspects of our everyday life. And especially during the pandemic, the cybersecurity showed its particular importance, having unprecedented impact on the lives of many millions of people all around the world, ensuring remote access to informational system, reliability of infrastructure, and protection of personal data. The past year has shown that changes are taking place in all spheres of life, including the financial industry. With the transition to a remote lifestyle, the activity of cyber frauders has increased significantly. The pandemic has not only weakened that growth of financial systems, but also led to a spike in internet fraud, targeted attack, significant increase in phishing attacks and cyber incidents associated with the use of social engineering. Given the dynamic development of Kazakhstan and its role in the world community, the Republic has attracted the attention of high cyber criminals and specialists of authorized services. They track every day various attacks on both the public and private sectors. And in that sense, the financial sphere is particularly interested, and present realities dictate the new trends in confronting modern threats and challenges of cybersecurity in order to maintain law and order, and in order to make sure that there are no global leaks of personal data, and there's a way to fight internet fraud. And at today's session, we together, alongside with regulators and representatives of the financial sector, we will discuss various topics related to cybersecurity, pandemic, and the market situation and how to fight cybercrime. I would like to present you our today's speakers. We have Mr. Ruslan Abdikalikov, who is the chairman of the Informational Security Committee of the Republic of Kazakhstan, Mr. Dauren Moldahmetov, acting director of Security Division of National Bank of the Republic of Kazakhstan, Roman Perminov, head of Cybersecurity Department Agency of the Republic of Kazakhstan for the Regulation and Development of Financial Markets. We have Mr. Konstantin Pak, who is the Director of Financial Technology and Innovation Association of Financiers of Kazakhstan. And we also have a representative of one of the banks of the Republic of Kazakhstan, Mr. Alexander Ryabov, Director for the Department for Monitoring and Prevention of Fraud in Digital Channels of Alpha Bank. And let's start with the first question to the regulator, to Ruslan Kinjibekovich. What type of the issues you had to face in the field of informational security during a pandemic? And in your opinion, how much what's the number of cyber attacks in Kazakhstan? The question is whether or not this number increased or decreased, and what are the fields that are particularly prone to those cyber attacks. And thank you very much, Oljas. Thank you, colleagues, for the opportunity to speak on this event. And in reality, I think we agreed to participate in this event, and us as regulators, when it comes to cybersecurity, we realize to what extent we are needed one to another, and financial markets needs entrepreneurs, and entrepreneurs need financial market. And based on our experience, and during the last year, when we had this pandemic reactions, and I think the governments and our ministries, they received in order to facilitate the remote work of governors. And within a certain period of time, we had launched the system that was based on the solution of Fortinet that comes from abroad. And that system allowed us to access to receive access to informational systems that were in the city of Nur-Sultan, and that way governors received remote access. And this was the first difficulty that we had to face. And in our country, governmental bodies, they function in their closed information network, and they've got the unified environment for governmental bodies. And as one can suppose that governor simply works online, but this has been done intentionally from that point of view. And every governor's had two segments, and every governor has two computers. that way they're able to access the so-called open segment, that is the computer that is linked to internet, and another computer for local work that is designed to work with governmental information systems. And the first difficulty that we had to face, as it turns out, not every single governmental system is done based on the sharp client technology. And as one can imagine, in order to access the information for a thick client, it's hard to provide that access. And second of all, we were very aware of the risks associated with cybersecurity, the risk that we had to accept. And on the one hand, we had at stake the health and lives of governors. However, on the other hand, we had to face cybersecurity risks. And us as entrepreneurs, we had to compromise, and we had to accept certain risks in order to allow governors to work. And if the system based on sharp client, they are designed in such a way that the information that circles around the closed network, and that information is not supposed to exit, is not supposed to be beyond governmental sector, and that information became accessible on the governor's home computer, and the file the governor works with. And after having finished the session, and that information remained on the user's network, and this is the risk that we had to accept. And in order to avoid this risk in the future, and our ministry is also a regulator when it comes to information sphere, and we are preparing recommendations, and in the near future we will try to transfer all the governmental information systems towards a cloud platforms, and this will allow us to mitigate the risks whereby a governor works remotely, and the governor will not, we would like to have an information whereby the governor would not be able to download certain files that one has access to, and those files will always remain in the cloud, and all the documents and all the files will be stored in the cloud, and there will be no way to download that information. And this, roughly speaking, this is like working with Google Docs. It's as if having a document remotely on Google Docs, but no one would be able to download it. And by the same token, in the future, we expect this is how this system will be designed. And we were very aware of the risks that are associated with using the solution that comes from abroad. And once we had the system that was launched from abroad, a Fortinet system, and us, alongside with our own in-house developers, we were working, and we started our work, and few months later, and the Fortinet was replaced by our in-house developed Certex VPN solution. And this is another risk that we saw, and thanks to the effort of our ministry, thanks to the effort of our developers, that risk was mitigated. And as of now, around about 10,000 governors, they are using this remote workplace solution, and they work in-house developed, locally developed the system. And apart from that, we use multi-factor authentication. And as you know, when it comes to workplace, how can we have the idea whether or not the governor is working, or potentially his brother or his wife could be trying to access those systems? And in order to avoid that, we decided to adopt a multi-factor identification system, and a governor would need to use a e-signature, that is a physical token. And second of all, on this physical token, we've got the mobile phone of the governor that is impossible to change. And whenever we have e-signature recorded on the token, we've also link automatically the cell phone number, and the notification is sent to the governor, and there is a way to a governor to confirm that it's indeed him or her trying to access the workplace. And after that, we use two-factor authentication. And this number of steps, this allows us to avoid and to mitigate certain risks. And we suppose that this will indeed allow us, this did indeed allow us to save lives and the health of our governors. So this is briefly the experience that I wanted to share and the problems we had to face. Thank you for the response. We see that the pandemic, it did reveal certain problems. However, the pandemic did also accelerate certain processes that otherwise would take a longer time. Let's talk to our colleague, Mr. Konstantin Eduardovich.
What kind of work with the financial market is being carried out in the field of IT and information security? And in your opinion, what are the information security lessons learned by the financial market during the pandemic? Here, I would actually agree with you. First of all, any difficulties are at the same time are opportunities. So actually, we've been in the pandemic for more than a year even, and during this time, luckily, we've received a lot of information services than we would have otherwise in a normal market situation. For years before this, we've been talking about needing access to biometrics and government databases, and turns out, if necessary, this can be done within 2 months. So this is something that we've gained now. And the other thing is realizing that Kazakhstan is one of the leading digital markets. A lot of even developed countries are looking to us for various examples. And for example, we talked about Kaspi Bank and digital loans for housing. This is something new. But we have to understand that cybersecurity also plays a big part in this. So here we are kind of at the very bleeding edge, and we don't always have some sort of world experience that we can use, that we can look at. So what we're doing now is we're always discovering something new. Colleagues and I were actually just discussing the innovations and how do we keep living with them. And I think this situation we will be in for a long time, where we'll be always evaluating new mechanisms, taking whatever's good and getting rid of whatever's not working. But in general, I think our situation is quite healthy, especially taking in mind how fast the market is developing. There are many new players, strong players emerging every day. Thank you for your answer. Let's ask a bank representative. Alexander Sergeyevich, could you tell us about the risks of social engineering in second-tier banks, and how can we decrease the risks? Dear colleagues, thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak. I would like to start with actually a specific example. In Alpha Bank, we implemented an anti-fraud system to prevent fraud. And then one day, there was an incident that we recorded with one of our clients and their one operation. And further on, Alpha Bank employees were working through this incident with the client, contacting the client, and trying to find out the reasons and how this transfer had happened. The client was saying that, yes, that was the client doing this, no one's interfering with them, it's them, but taking into account the predictors that the system gave us, and the conversation with the client was showing us the opposite of that. We paused this transaction, and for a long time, this is for like a whole day, the client was trying to go into the bank and to explain, to say that it's the client performing the transaction and not them, but all the other factors were saying otherwise. So we very clearly managed to identify a fraudulent activity, and taking into account all of our efforts, even taking into mind that we are in contact with the client, and the client seemingly wants to do this transaction, but we kind of had to confront the client and not let them do something that they want to do. But nonetheless, our efforts were shown to be practical. the next day, the client came back to the bank and stated that, yes, the client was under duress by fraudulent activity, and this shows us that social engineering is already is part of our life as well. And so actually it so happens that it will continue developing and growing. Why I think this? So something very simple. 3 years ago, when I just started doing this in our bank, we didn't have even a single case of social engineering. But nowadays, I can state with confidence that we've been having these kind of cases every hour, even every minute. Fraudulent activity is increasing, and it's. I think I would even say that they are even evolving because of geographical reasons. It took time, and because of language barriers, for them to reach our markets. But now they are here, and so there's a lot of risk related to that. As for the fight with fraud, I would say that there are three main paths in fighting fraud that we are working with. The first one is we are target at popularization of the methods of fighting fraudulent activity. So it's some sort of prophylactics, popularizing the schemes so that they can be recognized by their clients. This technology needs to be implemented into the population on a large scale because there is a very clear correlation. Because especially if it's some sort of a city that's very far, where people are more trusting, and social engineering tells us that the more trusting a person is, the more they are at risk for this kind of fraudulent activity. The second thing, I think personally, but also I see in practice, we need to be united. The banks need to be united with regulators, with telecom operators, together to fight fraudulent activity. There needs to be a platform where we could exchange our best practices, as well as to have mutual feeds monitoring fraudulent activity. Another important moment that's native to all of this is I think that we need some sort of regulatory support. I think we cannot do without it anymore. In my opinion, the role of social engineering in general, this has become a part of our life, and there are huge risks associated with it. So I think this is kind of a number one threat nowadays. Thank you very much for your answer. As we can see, we probably will never get rid of social engineering, because social engineering related attacks we've had since day one, since the internet has been created, and even then we had a social engineering type of attacks. Ruslan Kenjibekovich, the next question is also to you. This spring there was this case in the USA when largest pipeline of the United States, Colonial Pipeline, was targeted, and in the end the company paid cyber criminals $5 million in cryptocurrency. In this regard, there's a question: what measures should be taken by domestic companies to exclude such attacks and blackmail? And could you please also comment on the effectiveness of control procedures in the field of personal data protection to prevent information leakage or information loss? Thank you very much for your question, Oljas. Yes, we are monitoring these sorts of cases with a lot of attention, and thank God that we have an opportunity to learn on other people's mistakes at current time instead of making our own mistakes. In this regard, a lot has been done in our country on a legal level in terms of organization. As you know, in 2017, by the decree of our president, first president, a program was created in our country called CyberFit in Kazakhstan. And this program didn't include just program and software solutions, but also a complex of legal initiatives as well. And one of these legal initiatives was creating or rather implementing a cyber insurance, a term of cyber insurance. This is when a person can insure the risks that are related as part of what they do as their work. In addition to that, a professional community was created. A professional community that has to do with information security, that on a professional level was taking care of information security. As you know, in our country, we have operative centers of information safety. This is a licensed activity. They are licensed. They can be said to be analogous to security operations centers in Western countries. So the creation of these teams should allow for our market, for our businesses, to protect themselves on a professional level. In addition, in our country, we have four different organizations that will react to fraudulent computer activity. These are the kind of organizations that are always ready to help. For example, and one of these organizations is government-based. It's also the first one. It's located. It's called KZ, and it has a hotline with the number 1414. And so any person, a private or juridical person, can call this hotline and get a consultation. Actually, the logic of protection is part of our legal of information technology. The logic is simple. Every subject of digitalization has to protect their own digital processes that they have, protect the information. So the government does help them with various legal framework, organizational and technical help, so that this person can follow the word of the law and protect themselves as they're supposed to. That's the answer to the first question. As the second part of the question, as you know, this year the president has agreed to update the personal data protection laws in our country. Since February this year, we've been working actively with this professional team, with active members of the community, with citizens, with businesses, even with government organs. As it turns out, this is not simple as it might seem at first. Protection of personal data seems to be a clear concept to all of us, and everyone has the same approach to it. But as it turns out, this is quite a complicated question, because actually every participant of this process understands it in their own way, and they are okay with some aspects of it while they're not with the other aspects. First of all, we have the government body, we have citizens, we have businesses, we have community members. And actually, we spent a long time trying to find the approach that would make everyone, every stakeholder happy. And right now we have a number of legal updates that are being prepared to be implemented, to be presented to the Parliament, and we'll try to accept them by the end of this year as part of our law. So we would also like to say that actually only in June last year, Kazakhstan has seen a regulator appear for the first time in our country, a regulator of data security. And our ministry is such a regulator, and during this period of time, we think a lot of work has been done by this body. So since the beginning of this year, we've conducted eight checks.
We had to punish certain entrepreneurs. We had to put sanctions against certain governmental bodies. We had 11 cases since we started performing those checks. and our legislation allows to put certain sanctions. And as you know, we had a major event that was titled Digital Bridge that was organized by the ministry, where the president of the country ordered to strengthen and to reinforce the responsibility to make sure that whoever violates privacy of someone's data assumes all the legal responsibility. And this is what we try to implement when working with the Ministry of Information, when working with governmental bodies, and working with public sector. And we had a wide range of problems, and we can understand why it gets a particular attention from the states. And if we were to start this from the year 2017, when the program started, and at a professional level, we started working on this protection of personal data since the last year. Thank you for the answer. Mr. Ruslan Kinjibekovich spoke how everything is happening in the state control sector. Let's talk about financial sector. Let's talk about National Bank. And Dauren Nurlanovich, we know that in the national banks there is a project on reacting to cyber incidents in the financial sector. Tell us at what stage the project is and what is done in that sense. And could you please comment the interaction with the KAINAR agency, how this interaction unfolds? And thank you for the question. Well, first of all, I would like to thank colleagues for the participating in the first discussion when we talk about how we can combat cybercrime, and I think this is the first panel discussion, and I think the next day we also had the opportunity to discuss relevant issues. And as for National Bank, we received an order to implement the unified platform for reacting to cybercrimes in financial sector. We had to finalize this work before July 2021, and we have developed a concept which identifies this platform, and we've got 4 main directions: monitoring and detecting cyber threats. Second part is prophylaxis. Third section is reacting towards cyber threats, and the fourth part is raising the overall awareness. And the question is how we can reach the potential when exchanging the data. And as of today, we are continuing the work on finalizing the features of the platform, and for each direction we hope to implement the new plan that would react to cyber threats. And as a preliminary result, we can include the preliminary measures for cyber threats DLR. We've got the network sandbox, and we are in the process of developing and going to the route towards automation. We've got the SUAR solution, and we are interested in gathering the data. We're interested in data gathering automation, and this is what we have been discussing with our colleagues, and we are in the process of continuing this work, and this is as part of a preliminary results. And I would like to highlight the fact that we also have the successful solution that is called MIS, and in order to interact with financial sector, that platform is used, and we managed to connect 42 organizations, and we have detected more than 300 weak points, and this not only towards National Bank, but in general towards other interested stakeholders. We are open to cooperate, and as part of our cooperation cases, we can point out that we did sign memorandum of understanding with governmental and local companies, and we agreed to perform instrumental audit and to estimate to what extent the organization is protected from cybersecurity point of view, and we are able to detect the security and the vulnerability towards potential cyber threats. And overall, the idea is to improve the cybersecurity in financial sector overall. And I must highlight the fact that as part of our project based on the platform of National Bank, we plan to create a specialized teams that would be interacting, and the main activity would be directed at prophylaxis and preventing potential cyber threats. And when it comes to interaction of unified techno platforms of ASOI and KAINAR agency, we have already implemented, and we've got the solution, integrated solution, and we would like to make sure that we're able to change our indicators, and that we're able to combat certain threats such as backdoor, spam, phishing, or DOS attacks. And if there is a way, if someone is performing some remote access towards the design, which way the informational system was designed, we are in the process of preventing those threats, and we are interacting with other governmental bodies, and we work on various informational security projects. Thank you for this detailed answer. We heard what types of work is performed by national banks, and then we've got a question towards agency. Please, Mr. Roman Viktorovich, if you could talk about the measures to protect against cyber attacks or cyber threats on financial market, and what could you announce on behalf of KAINAR platform? Oljas, thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak. Well, first of all, I would like to congratulate all the colleagues for the forthcoming holiday, and we are about to celebrate the 30th year of our independence, and it's been a while since we had a similar congress. Last time, what Dauren Nurlanovich pointed out, I think this is the first time where we pay where we put such an emphasis on the cybersecurity issues, and we discuss this issue as part of our panel discussion, and especially when related to the financial sector. And I'm very happy that I have this opportunity to exchange my experience and to show the results of my work as per cybersecurity with my colleagues, and what type of work the agency performs and what type of tasks do we have. Well, as a regulator, our main goal is to create the environment that would be stable, and that would be stable towards potential cyber threats. And when it comes to our measures, we impose regulatory requirements for financial organizations, and we got to make sure that there is a way, then there is an interaction when it comes to exchanging information, and so the all people who work in this sector, they're able to exchange information, and we got to make sure that people exchange information, and we are not particularly doing a work for one particular bank. We are working for all the sector, and in order to do that at a legislation level, we created the Center of Cybersecurity, and this is how defined by law. We are agency, we are the Center of Cybersecurity, and while we were functioning, I think it all started at the beginning of 2020, where we had to create an agency as per order of the president, and we did a complex work on creating a legislation base. We had to determine how the entire sector works, and how the market participants would work as per cybersecurity issues, not only banks, but also insurance organization, credit agency, microfinance agency, and we managed to create legislation norms, and we had the defined risks, cybersecurity risks. And when it comes to our personnel, when it comes to our level of awareness, that our main goal is to gather and evaluate the data on potential cybersecurity threats. We gather the data on vulnerability of the system, and we also gather the data on the way the information systems are designed. And the main idea is to prevent such risks, that allows us to determine and to minimize the risks should we have a certain threats. And when it comes to our system, the so-called ASOI KAINAR system, this is informational processing platform, and KAINAR, that means the source. So that means we are the source of information, and we are the source, and we are eager to share this information with all. And our system is designed to exchange this information with the rest. And the idea is that I must highlight the fact that we are using our own resources. without receiving any help from other organization. We developed this system, and this system was functioning since the year 2021. So far, it is functioning in the pilot mode, and at the same time, we already implemented and we put the system into practice, and I will talk about that later, what type of results we already achieved. And as of now, we can state that all the banks, in fact 22 banks, are already connected to that system, and banks receive notifications on potential threats, and banks also have the ability to upload the information and to upload signals and to inform the rest what is happening. And there is a way to perform all this automatically, and there's a way to do that manually. So there are many ways of interacting with our system. Our system is very flexible, and depending on the level to what extent the information system is developed at a certain organization, any organization can interact with our system. And I wanted to state that as per 11th of November, we have already had more than 31,000 events as per cybersecurity. And we've got more than 25,000 cyber attacked, and we've got more than 4,000 of abnormal activity, and we have also 34 crashes and 34. That's the classification that we were observing, and this classification changing and is always evolving depending on the conditions in which banks have to work, and we might see potential changes in the future. And thanks to the KAINAR system, and we were able to provide all the banks. Since the time the system started working, we already sent 95 notifications and 278 notifications on potential vulnerabilities. And we also work with incident with cards, and we have already processed 56 cards. And before that, we used to take everything manually, and the system allows us to minimize operational expenses of the banks and all the organizations that are connected towards our system, because the main idea of our system is to automate all the processes. So this is briefly what I wanted to share with you. Yeah, thank you, Roman, for such an answer.
The next question is actually to our only, at the moment, representative of a second-tier bank, Alexander. What do you think of the possibility of organizing interaction between banks, telecom operators, and other participants in terms of exchange of information about on feeds, on internet fraud, and other information through technological platforms of regulators? And so that we can answer every question, let's say you have 3 or 4 minutes to answer. Alexander? Well, taking into account that in my first answer, I partially answered this question. First of all, I think that this kind of a platform is quite necessary. I will just repeat that a single person is not a warrior in the field, it's not an army. So our experience and the experience of our neighbors is showing that no one can resolve this issue by themselves. So we need various tools that we can use to exchange information on various fraudulent tools that are used, so that we can fight them or prevent certain, for example, fraudulent transactions and fight fraudulent activity. Dorian Nurlanovich, a question to you. Could you tell us about the steps taken to ensure cybersecurity of the payment market, and what measures are being implemented by the National Bank to combat fraud? Thank you for this very relevant question. Yes, taking into account the cyber attacks scope and other fraudulent activity in data security, it's important to prevent fraudulent and to strengthen information safety. Because of this, regulators have performed work on increasing the demands to regulate payment systems and created a legal project. This legal project has certain demands to payment systems, and there's a certain number of measures to ensure information security. Currently, the project is being implemented into all stakeholders. We also have to mention that during the pandemic, there have been more factors that have to do with fraudulent transactions. And where we all understand that any fraudulent activity starts with data leaking of personal data in the banks, and social engineering also uses this kind of method. So before a fraudulent activity through social engineering can happen, their information is first leaked somehow and that what leads to social engineering. We're also trying to implement anti-fraud platforms. This is the next stage. Right now, we're working on collecting offers from the financial market, and together with second-tier banks, we're testing a platform that will later on include other players in the market. Because we have the Alpha Bank's experience. Actually, we had our first anti-fraud forum in Kazakhstan, and a second-tier bank, Alpha Bank, gathered us all together. We understand the problem, and we're working on resolving it together. We need a system to be able to share fraud risk indicators very fast. At the same time, we have to say we always have to be ready to react quickly, and only working together will be able to fight fraudulent activity. Thank you. Thank you. Well, in that case, let's ask the next question to Alpha Bank. Alexander, what, in your opinion, additional regulatory legal framework from regulators should be formed in terms of online monitoring of payment transactions of second-tier banks? What do you think? Thank you for your question. Well, I don't even have to think here. I would say that I already have an opinion on this. And as my colleagues have said, we have already been planning a forum. We actually conducted this forum. We've had it. And the goal was to discuss the cooperation between banks on this subject. And there is an opinion that we need several steps in order to realize this anti-fraud unified platform to fight cyber fraud. First of all, we need some sort of, regulatory framework directed at the participants in the market, so that they have certain procedures in place and they have to be regulated. There have to be certain rules in place. Another quite important aspect, the second step, is this unified platform that we talked about. And of course, we need regulation in here as well. There have to be certain rules where everyone will have, first of all, the same ways and have the same rights in sharing and using the information. And as our experience from the Russian Federation shows, because we've consulted them on this, it's also quite important in these rules for the feed to be able to add information, but also to be able to remove information when necessary, because our colleagues have shared that this might be necessary. So to sum it up, I would say that all of these procedures, first of all, they have to have a legal basis, and then having this concept, this unified idea, we can take steps to prevent cyber fraud. Thank you. Thank you for your answer. Let's go to the next question. The Association of Financiers of Kazakhstan unites 128 participants in the financial market. Konstantin, what work in the field of cybersecurity is being carried out by your organization? That's the first question. Second, in your opinion, how can financial market participants be stimulated to exchange information on IOC indicators as part of the implementation of technology platforms for regulators? Thank you very much. Well, first of all, the association is an organ that is trying to help in the collaboration between stakeholders of the market and the market. And I would say we have a very competent team in the agency. The work has been very fruitful. We're issuing documents regularly that have to do with the platform, with the work. So the work is being done. Of course, there are also part of the situation is not great as well. I couldn't say that everything is great, because if you see, we only have one market representative here, and all the others are regulators. And what we could have here is the national security and so on. So what worries me is when the same industry sphere is being regulated by 4 different regulators, there will always be some sort of disagreements between these regulators, and we see this often. We see that sometimes regulators start competing with each other, which is even worse. And so what the association does is it's trying to make the work more effective. As for stimulating market participants, our market participant here says they are for it, but of course any sharing of information, first of all, requires trust. And there's only one way that a government body will be trusted is if they're reliable in their work. So I would say we just need to continue what we're doing and be reliable. Thank you very much for your answer. Actually, we have a question to the agency. Please, Roman, could you tell us how does the fight against cybercrime has been established in your cooperation, and is there an interaction between public and private structures of the financial sector? Thank you for the question, Oljas. I would also like to thank Konstantin, of course, for praising our organization. That's very nice to hear. And my colleagues here will not let me lie if I say that our agency has been trying to be open and working with all the stakeholders, with private persons. But the main thing we do is we ensure clear cooperation and openness. And we're trying to solve all the issues of cybersecurity on our platform because we have a lot of professional specialists who understand each other very well and are very efficient in resolving issues together. That's one of the mechanisms of our cooperation. Of course, I agree with Konstantin that that when we have several regulators taking care of the same question, and whereas we as an agency are trying to be an intermediary between the market and national regulators, we're trying to resolve the issues that are there so that there's an understanding of understanding each other's borders and who owns what. We're also working with the National Bank on information security, I would say, because they are also one of the main regulators in terms of payment systems. Actually, I would say our Kainar information processing platform is a big part of this. We've provided an API so that the indicators on information security can be checked, and we will start implementing and developing this platform to have a unified platform. We also have a good communication with the Committee for Information Security and the Committee on National Security as the main regulators of security for our government. We're also working with the government technical security organization, and we have an agreement on sharing information with them as well. Together we prevent cyber attacks, so whenever there are any critical situations in the market, we work very well with these organizations so that we can resolve issues very efficiently. As for international cooperation, of course, we also work with regulators from other countries. We have agreements with Central Bank of Russia and Armenia and Kyrgyzstan to exchange information, with Belarus, of course. And the agency also is a participant of FIRST since 2020, which also gives us a lot of advantages.
And overall, if I were to talk about interaction, the point of our work when it comes to providing cybersecurity, it all comes down to provide cybersecurity by interaction. Without interaction, it would be pointless to talk about cybersecurity because one cannot fight all the threats. I think we must work together with our colleagues, and we're always open and we're always eager to cooperate. Thank you for your answer. And towards the end of our session, let's go back to Mr. Ruslan Kenjibekovich. What measures, in your opinion, should be taken in the financial market to improve Kazakhstan's position in the global cybersecurity index, and how will the process of introduction of technological platforms of regulator affect the country's cybersecurity index? Thank you for this question. I think, as it was pointed out already, those subjects, those organizations of the market that work with all types of information, they are very prone to regulations from any regulatory bodies. In reality, I think the country's main goal is not to over-regulate. I think country's main goal is to help this market to develop properly and at the same time to protect the citizens. And therefore, when it comes to our committee, we are focusing on the regulator function as far as regulations is concerned, as far as automation is concerned, and as far as protecting personal data, and all the issues that relate to e-documents. And important function that was mentioned today already is the telecommunication regulations. And this is an important aspect. This is where we need to strengthen the interaction with our colleagues, because when it comes to our network operators, every big player, they have their own anti-fraud system, and the idea of the state is to make those systems integrated so that they comply with certain logic. And the most important thing that these systems transfer that information towards anti-fraud system that would be associated with financial institutions. And I suppose that the joint work that we're working together with the state and with the market, this work should help the market to develop properly, to generate profits, which is the most important task of entrepreneurs. And the government's goal is to defend their interests and interest of the citizens. And we have mentioned it several times. We are moving towards the same direction. And the idea is to show the world that our country is developing towards providing a cybersecurity to all. And as you know, there is a global cybersecurity index by United Nations, and how this is being figured out. The International Union of Electrical Communication is determining this index. When it all started, at the beginning, I think we occupied the place number 102. And last year, I think we reached the 31st spot worldwide. So we have this ambitious tasks. We want to be in top 30, and at some point we would like to enter top 10. And I think this is a realistic goal for Kazakhstan, because we are not a big state. We are a very unified state, and we can achieve that. And these discussions that we have, I think it shows that there are no contradictions, and I think it all comes down to developing a professional competence as far as cybersecurity is concerned. It's all about raising citizens' awareness, because not only does it help us, people who work for informational security, it also potentially helps to financial institutions. And if the person is well aware of various cybersecurity threats, of various cyber frauds, and that means the possibility of becoming a victim of frauders would be very low. And in reality, I think that we have a big work ahead of us. And the most important thing, that within these years we learn to hear one another. And the so-called patiently listening state, insofar as cybersecurity goes, already existed. And I think financial institutions have no issues when working with their regulator. And I think we should join our efforts, because when it comes to protecting personal data, those issues are very relevant, and providing cybersecurity is also relevant. And both regulators should work and interact tightly and inform us correctly. And the market should also be aware that country's task is not to overcomplicate life, is in reality that the government should strive to increase the competitiveness level of the market at the international market, and without interacting with the regulator, it would be impossible to achieve. We should move together. This is our strength, and we shall see the result. And as I said before, there are no contradictions among us, and I think we will be developing ourselves and will benefit all. And thank you for your answer. I think, yeah, it's important, the fact that we've got the interaction between regulator and informational security people, and there is an interaction with financial sector, and we need to defy cyber threats, and banks and regulators, everyone needs to be at the same page. And would anyone like to add something towards the end of our panel session? And as I said before, and as my colleague pointed out, and when on this forum, when we were discussing the cybersecurity issues, in fact, this is one of the most sensible topics for financial sector. And I think cyber frauders, they have larger budgets than cybersecurity departments of some banks, because we're not talking about 1 or 2 random hackers. I think those are the professional criminals that they can be numerous. They can be more than 100 very well organized criminals. And in case we lack cybersecurity, and as Mr. Daurian pointed out, maybe business automation will partially improve the situation, such as the employee turnover or some issues related to SUAR system. As Ruslan Kendibekovich said, we made a big breakthrough when it comes to worldwide cybersecurity index, and within 5 years, I think we improved our ranking. And now there is a need to improve the technical aspect, and the main topic that was mentioned by every single speaker, and the most important topic, is to how we interact with another. Because if we are not unified, it will be very hard to cope with cybersecurity threats, and it will be very hard to cope with cyber criminals. And I thank all the speakers, and I would like to congratulate you with the forthcoming holiday.